entreprises sont ici et c'est vraiment le meilleur de notre savoir-faire et d'innovation qui est ici. Le sujet de sécurité est un sujet très important aussi. On sait que nos infrastructures dans la mer du Nord sont prônes à de l'espionnage ou au sabotage. Et donc travailler ensemble dans ce domaine dans les mois qui viennent sera un sujet très très important. Very happy to welcome as a Belgian Prime Minister here colleagues of 8 other countries together with the President of the European Commission to form this North Sea coalition at this North Sea Summit. We've seen over the past months what the impact is if you are too dependent on outsiders for the supply of energy. We show here, by working together, that we can make our electricity greener and more independent. We do this by working together with this North Sea coalition. We do this also by working together with private partners. Incredibly proud to have more than 120 private companies here. They really are the best of what we can show on the dimension of development and of innovation. The topic of security will be at the center stage here as well. The infrastructure in the North Sea, being it the offshore windmills, but also the cables and the pipes on the ground, are prone to sabotage or to espionage. And working together in that domain is going to be an extremely important one. What we show here is what we can do together as European countries, and the value of this North Sea coalition is a very important one. Thank you. This summit really is a summit about action. The previous summit in Ashburg was a really important one where commitments were being made by 4 countries. We have enlarged this coalition now to 9 countries in total. The main topic here is not so much new commitments. The main topic is how do we get it to action? And that means that we need to standardize, we need to work better together, we need to synchronize the supply chains much better. This summit really is about how do we get it implemented. And the goals are very ambitious goals. By 2030 we need to have more than 130 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity in the North Sea, and by 2050 will be more than 300 gigawatts. Secondary element, but definitely as important, is security. Is securing our infrastructure. This infrastructure is an incredibly important one, being it the offshore windmills, the cables on the ground, the pipelines on the ground. We know that they are prone to sabotage and to espionage, and so working together on securing our infrastructure will be a key topic. Thank you. Well, this is a part of our answer to what is happening in the rest of the world, to the Inflation Reduction Act, but also to the geopolitical tensions that are coming. And we as European countries that's a good thing. I mean, this is the success model that we've had in Belgium over the last decades, is to create a model where investment can take place and a certain profit can take place as well. If you want sustainable energy to develop, you need private partners. They need stability that we can definitely help on. But this is going to be about massive investments. We as government need to create the environment where those investments can take place, and the private sector plays a key role in that. Thank you. Pardon?
Premier, ja, heugelijke dag. U heeft al gezegd, geen aankondigingspolitiek nu.
Good to see you.
We're surprised.
You were distracted by the ship.
I saw the ship, then it went like, where is he?
Goedemiddag. Zeer blij om hier 8 collega's samen met mevrouw van der Leyen, voorzitter van de Europese Commissie, hier te verwelkomen. Deze North Sea Summit, dat gaat over energie terug in eigen handen nemen. We hebben de voorbije maanden gezien dat als je te afhankelijk bent op het gebied van energie van andere landen, welke de impact ervan is. Deze top maakt mogelijk dat wij Europeanen het groener kunnen doen en het onafhankelijker kunnen doen. Dat doen we door met elkaar samen te werken als 9 landen, een soort Noordzee-coalitie. Maar ook door samen te werken met heel veel private partners. Hier zijn meer dan 120 bedrijven die tonen wat wij kunnen op het gebied van innovatie in Europa. En die aantoont dat als we samenwerken, we onze energietoekomst in eigen handen kunnen nemen. Veiligheid is ook een zeer belangrijk onderwerp op deze top. Onze infrastructuur, ja, dat is een strategische infrastructuur die zou kunnen blootgesteld worden aan bijvoorbeeld sabotage of spionage. Ook daar gaan we heel nauw samenwerken met de verschillende landen. Maar dus bijzonder blij om mijn collega's hier in Ostende te verwelkomen. Ostende die echt een van de belangrijkste havens is om van de Noordzee de groenste energiefabriek van de wereld te maken. Très content de pouvoir accueillir 8 de mes collègues ensemble avec la présidente de la Commission européenne ici à Ostend. Ostend est un des ports principaux pour faire de cette mer du Nord l'usine la plus verte du monde d'un point de vue de génération d'électricité et d'énergie. Le but, c'est de reprendre contrôle sur notre énergie, une énergie qui sera plus verte et aussi plus indépendante. Trop de dépendante d'un point de vue énergie, on a vu que ça peut mener à beaucoup d'instabilité. Travailler ensemble entre les 9 pays, mais aussi avec beaucoup de partenaires internationaux de sociétés privées. Plus que 120 entreprises sont ici et c'est vraiment le meilleur de notre savoir-faire et d'innovation qui est ici. Le sujet de sécurité est un sujet très important aussi. On sait que nos infrastructures dans la mer du Nord sont prônes à de l'espionnage ou au sabotage. Et donc travailler ensemble dans ce domaine dans les mois qui viennent sera un sujet très très important. Very happy to welcome as a Belgian Prime Minister here colleagues of 8 other countries together with the President of the European Commission to form this North Sea coalition at this North Sea Summit. We've seen over the past months what the impact is if you are too dependent on outsiders for the supply of energy. We show here, by working together, that we can make our electricity greener and more independent. We do this by working together with this North Sea coalition. We do this also by working together with private partners. Incredibly proud to have more than 120 private companies here. They really are the best of what we can show on the dimension of development and of innovation. The topic of security will be at the center stage here as well. The infrastructure in the North Sea, being it the offshore windmills, but also the cables and the pipes on the ground, are prone to sabotage or to espionage. And working together in that domain is going to be an extremely important one. What we show here is what we can do together as European countries, and the value of this North Sea coalition is a very important one. Thank you.
Vous voyez, il y a des surprises. Mais justement, parce que tout ce qui est offshore et vent ne concerne surtout les pays pour pouvoir le produire qui ont des mers. Je suis le seul qui n'ait pas de mer. J'espère qu'il y en a d'autres qui vont suivre les initiatives parce qu'il faut des fonds pour financer tel projet et c'est pour ça que je suis là.
Vous apportez les fonds?
Moi j'apporte des sous et puis je récupère un peu d'énergie et puis c'est pour avoir un programme ambitieux au niveau européen. Et c'est pour ça que je suis là. J'ai pas de mer, je l'avoue. J'ai beaucoup d'autres choses, mais j'ai pas de mer.
Les industriels réclament que les pays européens, en particulier vous neuf, investissiez beaucoup plus dans les infrastructures. Est-ce que ça fait partie des préoccupations premières qui vous poussent à être là aujourd'hui et à avoir accepté l'invitation à ça?
Moi je fais partie de toute façon de ceux qui suis convaincus. Alors lui il a plein de choses le Norvégien, il y a plein de
vent,
gaz.
on en a plein de vent.
Oui, moi j'ai pas de mer, tu vois, c'est une injustice.
Oui,
les infrastructures au Luxembourg, tout ce qui est vraiment renouvelable, c'est quelque chose qui est une priorité pour mon gouvernement. J'ai annoncé aussi qu'on est en train de, avec l'éolien par exemple, on a fait x6, on a vraiment beaucoup augmenté aussi solaire. Et en fait aujourd'hui, je ne sais pas comment c'est en Belgique, mais chez moi c'est plutôt l'exception la photovoltaïque. Et j'ai envie que ce soit la règle, donc on va préfinancer aussi pour les gens qui ne peuvent pas se le financer. Et puis au bout d'un certain temps, ce sera l'or. J'aimerais bien que, bon, moi j'ai des élections en octobre, mais si ça se passe bien, qu'à la fin de la prochaine législature, le non photovoltaïque soit l'exception et pas la règle comme c'est aujourd'hui. Et ici on est ensemble avec les collègues, il y a plein de pays. Et moi je vous dis, je fais partie de celui qui n'est pas de mer, mais qui a des sous pour investir dedans. Je veux dire, c'est pas que j'en ai plus que les autres, mais je crois en renouvelables, et c'est pour ça que je suis là.
Et justement, vous avez à côté de vous, encore une fois, comme souvent Emmanuel Macron, vous avez un sommet spécifique sur l'énergie. On dit qu'un parc en mer offshore, c'est l'équivalent d'un réacteur nucléaire. Est-ce que ça peut faire partie aussi du débat sur cette énergie-là?
Vous savez que tout ce qui est alternatif au nucléaire est bien. Le nucléaire n'est pas durable, c'est pas sûr. Surtout les déchets, on ne sait toujours pas quoi en faire. Et c'est après beaucoup d'années, donc moi je soutiens chaque projet qui montre qu'il y a des alternatives au nucléaire. Lui va vous dire le contraire, mais je crois que l'un et l'autre se complètent.
Mais il vient quand même aujourd'hui, alors qu'ils partent de très loin, les Français, sur l'éolien.
Oui, mais c'est pas pour ça qu'il ne faut pas le faire. Tout ce qui est renouvelable est sûr. a quand même plus d'avenir que ce qui est pas clean et pas sûr, quoi. Voilà. Merci, à vous, au revoir. Oui, bonjour.
L'idée, ça va?
Ça suffit pas pour produire de l'énergie avec des parcs éoliens, mais c'est...
Wat voor hond heeft hij? Ja, moet je even zo vragen.
j'ai senti.
Il fait pas de clics. Il fait plus de clics. Attends, on va le faire comme ça. On va changer la perspective un petit peu. Oups. Cool. Ah bah t'en as un autre.
public qui est le ministre de l'énergie.
Oui, en fait, je vais leur demander aussi d'aller là.
Vous voulez aller un peu sur la ligne?
personnes qui viennent s'entraîner aussi à contrôler l'éducation donc la resterie. Mais vu qu'il y a encore plus ça. Bon, tout est fait. Donc moi je les vois maintenant te kijken wat er avond
Donc voilà la délégation.
Tot en met 3 en dan met 3.
Bundeskanzler. Was bedeutet der heutige Tag für die Menschen in Europa?
Das ist heute hier eine ganz wichtige Zusammenkunft. Wir haben uns schon in Dänemark, in Esbjerg getroffen, um deutlich zu machen, dass die Nordsee ein Ort ist, an dem viel Energie für die Zukunft gewonnen werden kann Offshore-Wind kann hier produziert werden. Es ist möglich, Wasserstoff zu nutzen. Und es ist möglich, dies in einem großen europäischen Verbund über Ländergrenzen hinweg zu tun. Deshalb ist es mehr als ein Zeichen, wenn jetzt hier so viele europäische Vertreter von Regierungen da sind, um das gemeinsam zu bekunden und auch voranzubringen. Denn in ganz kurzer Zeit wird die Nordsee noch viel mehr, als wir das heute schon wissen, der wichtige Ort der Energieproduktion sein. Und das zu besiegeln und auf den Weg zu bringen, das ist heute ein guter Anlass. Lassen Sie mich noch eine Bemerkung machen. Ich bin sehr dankbar für den Einsatz der Bundeswehr im Sudan. Das ist ein gefährlicher Einsatz, aber er ist wichtig, um Bürgerinnen und Bürger unseres Landes und anderer Länder in Sicherheit zu bringen. Und die Operation ist im Gange, wie wir alle wissen. Aber es ist eine gut vorbereitete Aktion, die unverändert stattfindet und die wichtig ist, um die Sicherheit von Bürgerinnen und Bürgern, die jetzt das Land verlassen wollen, zu gewährleisten. Ich danke der Bundeswehr für diesen Einsatz.
Welche Rolle spielt der
Schönen Dank.
English Chancellor?
Thank you.
What are you expecting from today's one? God eftermiddag. God eftermiddag. Esbjerg 2.
Monsieur le Président, bonjour.
Non, c'est un complément. Et d'ailleurs, on a toujours défendu cette position consistant à dire que si on veut réussir notre transition et la neutralité carbone 2050, on a besoin de 3 piliers. La sobriété énergétique, consommer moins. Le renouvelable, notre objectif, et en particulier, on apportera notre contribution justement aux objectifs du jour. On a des objectifs et un plan éolien et aussi de production et d'assemblage. Et puis le nucléaire, parce que c'est la manière la plus décarbonée de produire de l'énergie et de l'électricité en particulier non intermittente.
Sur l'éolien offshore, la France a encore des efforts à faire.
On a la même progression aujourd'hui si on regarde l'ensemble du mix que par exemple nos amis allemands, exactement la même sur les 10 dernières années. Ensuite, nous, on va continuer très fortement sur l'ensemble de notre frontière maritime, ce qui est une des forces de la France. Et dans le plan des 300 gigas qu'on va annoncer aujourd'hui, on s'engage à faire 40. Et donc, nous continuerons de développer nos projets.
C'est aussi un enjeu stratégique pour vous aujourd'hui au niveau sécurité?
Oui, c'est un enjeu parce que ça permet de sécuriser, comme vous le dites, de l'électricité européenne. Et c'est un enjeu parce que, et c'est un des objectifs pour moi de ce sommet, ça nous permet aussi ensemble de sécuriser les matières premières, une filière européenne sur l'éolien offshore. Et la France a aujourd'hui à peu près un tiers de l'assemblage européen. Donc c'est une vraie force et des créations d'emplois. Et derrière, une capacité à avoir un marché européen qui fonctionne mieux et qui est plus intégré. Ce qui fait qu'on va produire notre électricité sur notre sol de manière décarbonée à partir de matériaux qui sont les nôtres.
Monsieur le Président, un an après votre élection, 69% des Français pensent que votre élection n'était pas une bonne chose. Qu'est-ce que vous leur répondez?
Je continue, moi, à me battre pour que le pays avance. Je le rappelais ce matin. Je pense que nous avons tous une responsabilité historique parce que nous avons à la fois la guerre en Europe et ses conséquences auxquelles nous avons à faire face. Nous avons aussi des grandes transformations à mener. La transition, les défis de la transition climatique en font partie. On a également ce qu'on doit faire pour nos grands services publics. Et donc, je continue de me battre pour que le pays puisse avancer.
Et along the question about Sudan, France has been able to rescue citizens from Britain and America, and their own governments haven't been able to. Why is that?
Look, first of all, this is a matter of solidarity. So we organized yesterday, and I want to thank our diplomats and our soldiers and all the teams, and I want to thank the Sudanese authorities, but as well Ethiopia and Djibouti, because they helped us a lot. Indeed, at this very moment, we are organizing a very last operation, but we rescued more than 400 people, amongst which more than 150 from France and all the others from a lot of countries. Some countries will be present here. This is how we see the organization of this type of operations, our diplomats, but as well our citizens, and all those who are willing to leave the country. So we will follow up in close coordination with the US, with UK, and with all the other European members, Germany as well, in order to help our citizens to leave the country if they want. At the same time, I want here to be in full support with President Ruto, with President Gele, and the region and African Union for their calls for peace and ceasefire, because this is what this country needs.
This demonstrates the need for Europe to have this sort of muscle collectively.
This is the best evidence of the fact that we have to act together, and in face of this type of situation, solidarity is the only answer.
Vous êtes 9 pays aujourd'hui.
Je crois vraiment sur ce sujet que tout a été dit, le Quai d'Orsay a réagi et les autres pays aussi. Nous connaissons l'histoire et nous sommes attachés aux frontières internationalement reconnues. Je me garderai dans les moments que nous vivons d'affaiblir quelque chose cette position et je pense que ce n'est pas la place d'un diplomate de tenir ce type de langage. Donc pleine solidarité aux pays qui ont été attaqués dans la lecture de leur histoire et leurs frontières. Nous sommes aux côtés de nos amis européens et alliés qui ont eu un passé si douloureux au XXe siècle comme au XIXe siècle et qui aujourd'hui sont des États souverains dont les frontières sont intangibles.
Vous êtes 9 pays aujourd'hui.
Merci beaucoup.
C'est ramener un jour en mai ces discussions à la 27 à Bruxelles.
C'est aussi de continuer, c'est pour ça que la présidente de la Commission européenne est là, et c'est de poursuivre cet effort pour en effet les énergies renouvelables, le nucléaire et la sobriété énergétique. Vous allez bien? Oui. Parce que c'est votre dernier jour à nos côtés.
C'est un de mes derniers jours et pour vous c'est l'anniversaire de votre réélection. Est-ce que vous avez les moyens de rebondir aujourd'hui? Il n'y a plus d'argent magique, il n'y a pas de
il n'y en a jamais eu
à l'horizon. Voilà. Est-ce que vous avez les moyens de rebondir?
Mais oui, on avance. D'abord, on a des résultats. Je me disais, nous avançons. Et beaucoup des engagements qui ont été pris donnent lieu à des résultats. Nous tenons nos objectifs, par exemple de réduction de gaz à effet de serre. Nous tenons nos objectifs de création d'emplois, de réindustrialisation. Nous tenons nos objectifs de restauration des services publics comme les maisons France Service, qui était un engagement pris après la crise des Gilets jaunes. Et donc nous devons continuer d'avancer. Et c'est pourquoi je veux continuer de me battre sur les grands projets du pays, les grands chantiers. Le chantier de la réindustrialisation et de la création d'emplois. Et nous aurons encore à le développer pour lutter contre justement le chômage de longue durée dans notre pays, pour continuer de créer des emplois. Et on aura dans les prochains jours et les prochaines semaines des échéances importantes. La France reste le pays le plus attractif d'Europe. On aura dans quelques jours avec Choose France des grandes entreprises qui viennent investir en Europe. Nous avons les grands chantiers en effet justement de la décarbonation de notre économie. L'éolien en mer, je suis là pour le défendre. On a ouvert la première grande ferme au large de Saint-Nazaire, on va en développer d'autres. On a aussi un vrai chantier parce qu'on crée des dizaines de milliers d'emplois en France dans ce secteur. La France a environ 30% de l'assemblage de l'éolien en mer européen. Le nucléaire qui va créer des dizaines de milliers d'emplois dans les prochaines années. Et donc c'est ces grands chantiers, cette puissance qui va nous permettre aussi de réinvestir dans la santé, dans l'école. Je serai dès demain sur le terrain pour défendre les questions de santé, la lutte contre les déserts médicaux, pour nos urgences en Eure-et-Loire. Et donc on avance et on se bat. C'est ça qui compte, c'est que le pays continue d'avancer, de progresser, et son unité se fera par une force plus grande chaque jour.
L'immigration aujourd'hui c'est un seul texte, parce qu'il y a un mois vous vouliez découper ce texte. Qu'est-ce qui a changé en un mois?
Je vais vous dire, nous avons déposé un texte qui est unique, le gouvernement. J'ai dit notre disponibilité, si c'était plus simple, c'était la proposition du ministre de l'Intérieur il y a un mois, de dissocier les sujets. C'est la Première ministre qui, dans les prochaines heures et les prochains jours, verra avec la présidente de l'Assemblée, le président du Sénat et les forces politiques ce qui a le plus de chances d'avancer. Nous, il faut prendre toutes les mesures non législatives utiles pour le pays. Initiative européenne, mesures réglementaires, organisation pour protéger nos frontières. Et ensuite, il faut pouvoir se donner les moyens de faire passer là aussi un texte utile pour nos concitoyens, pour mieux protéger nos frontières, avoir des procédures plus simples et plus efficaces et mieux intégrer celles et ceux qui viennent pour travailler ou qui fuient la guerre dans notre pays.
Après, est-ce que la France vient s'engager?
La France vient s'engager aux côtés des autres pays de la région à un grand programme de développement de son éolien en mer, 40 gigawatts horizon 2040. qui permet de s'insérer dans ce grand plan à 300 et ce qui, là aussi, donne la nature de nos ambitions. En parallèle, nous souhaitons sécuriser toute une filière industrielle parce que c'est important de déployer cet éolien en mer, mais ne répétons pas les erreurs qu'on a parfois faites par le passé, consistant à déployer des équipements qui étaient faits à l'autre bout du monde. Et donc nous voulons aussi créer plus d'emplois sur le sol européen en déployant cet éolien. Et c'est aussi le cœur de nos engagements. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Oui, sur le... Écoutez, nous avons plusieurs vols qui ont été faits, ce qui nous a permis d'évacuer un peu plus de 400 ressortissants internationaux, dont un peu plus de 160 Français. Je veux ici remercier l'ensemble des diplomates, des militaires et des forces de sécurité intérieure, l'ensemble de l'équipe de France qui a contribué à ces évacuations au service de nos ressortissants, mais aussi de beaucoup d'autres pays amis. Je veux remercier les autorités soudanaises pour leur aide, mais également les autorités d'Éthiopie et de Djibouti. Nous continuerons les opérations. Il y a un vol qui en ce moment s'organise et nous ferons d'autres opérations en lien avec nos partenaires autant que nécessaire et souhaité. Maintenant, nous soutenons les initiatives régionales visant à organiser justement le cessez-le-feu puis la paix dans ce pays. J'ai eu hier le président Abiy, j'ai eu aussi le président Ruto. Nous soutenons leurs initiatives. Le président Guelleh a aussi ses responsabilités. Et nous soutenons l'Union africaine dans ses démarches pour que le cessez-le-feu puisse être effectif au plus vite.
Monsieur le Président, juste rapidement, on apprend que la visite du ministre de l'Éducation nationale a été fortement perturbée. Une de vos ministres a pu annuler de ses déplacements. Est-ce que vous craignez que ces multiplications finalement d'incidents...
Non, je pense qu'il faut continuer d'avancer au service du pays et je l'ai toujours dit, les désaccords ou les protestations sont tout à fait légitimes en démocratie. L'incivisme qui consiste à couvrir des voies ou empêcher les gens de faire leur travail est inacceptable. Et donc ça n'empêchera pas le gouvernement d'avancer, ni votre serviteur. Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur le Président, une dernière question. L'industrie énergétique en Europe.
D'abord, il signifie la capacité à produire tous ensemble de l'énergie décarbonée avec ce grand plan d'éolien offshore que nous annonçons et auquel nous contribuerons tous. Ensuite, il signifie notre volonté aussi de bâtir une filière qui produit justement ces fermes éoliennes offshore en Europe. La France y est très engagée pour permettre de créer de l'emploi industriel au service de cette ambition.
L'une des grandes reproches de l'industrie, c'est que la politique européenne ralentit tout. Qu'est-ce que vous répondez ?
Et je crois au contraire que quand on agit ensemble et qu'on fait les choses de manière simple en intégrant nos réseaux, on crée des vrais mouvements d'accélération par nos investissements et nos règles communes. Merci beaucoup.
great opportunity, and I think it's highly needed, and it's focused on making progress on offshore wind, and Norway has a lot to contribute.
What is going to change besides the other today's summit?
Well, I think we have to envisage a North Sea perspective on this. All North Sea states are now planning to use their coastline, and for Norway that will be partly floating ocean wind installations, which is a big industrial adventure actually. So we are opening up for that now, and we want to do it in close cooperation with European partners. Sorry? Well, it has to be eventually a private, attractive market. But in the beginning, I also believe that states have to contribute to get it going.
Dag Støre, hvorfor har Norge kommet med I dette samarbeidet først nå?
Det en utvidelse fra 4 til 9. Og vi har vært opptatt av å være koblet på samarbeidet rundt Nordsjøen. Men det passer egentlig bra nå, for nå har jo vi hatt våre utlysninger også for noen uker siden I Sørlige Nordsjø og Utsira. Og får jo nå fra NVE en innstilling I løpet av noen uker om andre områder langs norskekysten som egner seg. Så da det passende tid for å samarbeide nært med de andre landene rundt Nordsjøen.
Man snakker om det største energianlegget I verden, I hvert fall I Europa. Kommer det til å bli det?
Det jo ikke ett anlegg da, men det havvind rundt Nordsjøen. Det mye vind, det mye kyst. Og veldig mye av dette vil jo handle om å ha et samarbeid, hvordan de utnytter ressursene. Og så har vi jo vært tidligere I dag og sett hvordan denne fornybare kraften kan brukes til å produsere hydrogen, kan erstatte kull, olje, gass på sikt. Og det jo det som må til for å nå klimamålene. Så det kommer til å bli vekke internasjonalt oppsikt, tror jeg, hvis disse landene rundt Nordsjøen får til det samarbeidet, og det skal vi bidra til.
Når kan vi se de første havvindturbinene I dette samarbeidet?
Det jo hvert land som må gjøre sine beslutninger. For 2-3 år siden snakket man om at det ville komme ut på 30-tallet. Nå mener jeg vi må ha helt klare ambisjoner om å se det på denne siden av 30-tallet. Vi har jo mål om 30 gigawatt. For å oversette det, så vil det handle om opp mot 1500 møller langs hele kysten. Så det et stort industrielt prosjekt de neste 15 årene, og nå vi I gang.
Hvem skal betale for dette da, investeringene?
Ja, det et stort privat marked dette. Vi ønsker å få de store industriselskapene med. Vi har en leverandørindustri I Norge som kan spille en viktig rolle. Vi har verft, vi har jo fantastisk dyktige fagfolk som har bygget de største plattformene og har kunnskap om hvordan denne teknologien brukes. Men I en startfase så må også det offentlige være med å komme I gang. Og sånn det jo ofte med ny teknologi, at vi må jobbe I godt partnerskap på den måten. Men på sikt så skal dette også bli lønnsomt og noe for privat industri.
Så har vi sett at strømkabler I Norge omstridt. Dette kommer til å innbefatte flere strømkabler. Hvor vanskelig blir det, tror du?
Det jo vanskelig I den grad det knapphet på kraft, og det forstår jeg veldig godt. Vi skal jo ikke bygge nye strømkabler vi har bestemt oss for. Og den første havvindproduksjonen vil jo komme rett inn til Norge, men så her vil det bli produsert så mye etter hvert at det veldig fornuftig med et samarbeid med landene rundt. Men vårt ansvar jo å bidra til at Norge får ny fornybar kraft I land, til industrien, til husholdningene, til deg og meg, slik at vi I tillegg til vannkraften vil ha denne kraften som en viktig kilde. Men dette jo det man kaller en uregulerbar kraft, for det jo dager det ikke blåser. Og da det viktig at du har et godt utviklet samarbeid med landene rundt oss.
Ja, men betyr det at det ikke skal bygges strømkabler som går til Europa fra disse vindturbinene?
Nei, strømkabler, da sikter jeg jo til det som vi har hatt diskusjon om nå, kabler fra norsk kraft som går til andre land. Det viktig for oss nå, for å sikre vår forsyningssikkerhet. Men en del av denne havvindpotensialet som kommer nå, vil være I samarbeid og utveksling med landene rundt oss. Det jeg helt sikker på, for det kommer så mye kraft. At det
men da blir det flere strømkabler?
Ja, nei, men det jo ikke strømkabler, det jo da kraft som kommer, noe kommer inn til Norge, og noe kan gå over også ut til andre. Det jo dette som skal være et nettverk rundt Nordsjøen.
Men sånn det jo med strømkabler I dag også?
Jo, men det går jo da fra norsk vannkraft. Så det forskjellig. Dette jo da fordeling av den store potensialet som havvinden Men vårt mål jo å sikre at vi får kraft og kan ha stabile lave priser I Norge, og derfor så satser vi på dette, og det stor interesse også fra industrien.
stattfindet.
J'ai regardé tous mes dossiers spam 50 fois.
Non, il était même pas arrivé. Non. Ah oui, je confirme. Donc, je peux le faire aujourd'hui, il est à 57. J'avais rien préparé, je ne savais même pas. En fait,
Ça va. beautiful day in Ostend. There's still some, we'll start a press conference shortly. There's still some seats in the front, so don't be shy and pick a seat. Thank you. Start our press conference. Thank you very much for your patience.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome here and a warm welcome to this North Sea Summit here in Ostend. The city of Ostend is a city with a rich European history, influences, Belgian influences, Dutch influences, French, British, and many other European influences, such as so many places in Belgium. But above all, one of the cities which is the main gateways to the offshore energy industry that we see developing at such a sprawling speed over the last years. Here in Ostend, we follow up to the first North Sea Summit, which took place in Esbjerg. And so first of all, dear Mette, I would like to thank you for the excellent initiative that you took in Esbjerg, and really thank you for passing the torch to us to use the platform that you created. We met in Esbjerg. Since 1 year, over 1 year, we have made such a progress. First of all, while this coalition of 4 countries has become a bit larger, extremely happy to welcome Ireland, France, Norway, and our virtual North Sea country of Luxembourg. Extremely happy to have you here, and I think this is a moment more than ever. This is a moment where, as European countries, we demonstrate what we are capable of. We demonstrate it to our citizens and to our enterprises, and we demonstrate it to tackle one of the biggest challenges of our times. First of all, we show that the climate crisis can be addressed. Secondly, we show that we can pass from innovation to action. Third, We show that we can produce affordable energy for our citizens and for our companies. And we also show that we as Europeans, we take our own destiny in our own hands. Let's face it, the only way to achieve real progress on transformation is by working together as European countries. And when we work together, we are capable of so much. Working together, this is very concrete. This means building interconnections, strengthening our green electricity grid. We have achieved more than anyone could have imagined. And look at what we did over the last year. If we would have said 1 year ago that we would have gotten this far in disconnecting from fossil fuels from Russia, no one would have believed that we would have been able to do this. Today, this summit marks an important milestone. A milestone to make of the North Sea the biggest green power plant in the world. We aim for a capacity of 130 gigawatts by 2030, 300 gigawatts by 2050. By then, we will be able to provide electricity for 300 million households on the European continent. Our goal is to deliver a greener Europe, a Europe which is energy independent, and a Europe that can grow in a sustainable way, that can continue creating jobs, and especially that can keep heavy industry, chemistry, and all these activities here on the European continent. Dear Ursula, we are extremely happy to have you here as the President of the European Commission. We know that we can count on you in pushing us and being ambitious, in helping us in standardizing, and really helping us to go from innovation to standardizing to implementing. And we know that we have you on our side, and we're extremely happy of the driving force that you have shown over the past years. Of course, we cannot do this alone. You will see here heads of governments, heads of states, but the real force we have is our private sector. And I'm extremely happy at this summit to have more than 120 of our finest companies who are present here, who will be working together between them, but also often in a public-private partnership, to making sure that we can realize the things that we announce. Very often when we announce things, it's very good. When you realize them, this is where we really make the effort. So I would like to thank all of you, and I will start with giving the word to Mette. You did an incredible effort last year in organizing it in Ashburg. We were really impressed by the gigantic turbines. We wanted to show something which was a bit impressive as well, which is our ships. But really happy, Mette, to have you back here and that you started this initiative.
Thank you so much. Last year we met in Esbjerg in Denmark to kickstart our political vision for the North Sea as a green power plant for Europe. And thank you, Alexander, for inviting us today to take our vision further on now. I think today we are taking an important step in realizing our common ambition. 9 countries from the North Sea region are committed to offshore wind and green transition as the future of our energy supply in our countries. We are raising the bar. 300 gigawatt of offshore wind in the North Sea by 2050, the largest electricity system in Europe. It's offshore, it's green, and it is European. Last week, the Danish government committed to an even faster build-out of offshore wind. A 5-fold increase in production from offshore wind. We are speeding up green transition in Denmark. And I think all of us need to speed up our green ambitions for, of course, a number of good reasons. First of all, because of Russia's brutal war in Ukraine, it has made it absolutely clear that we need to produce more energy ourselves. We urgently need to combat climate change for a second reason, and more green energy will strengthen our energy security as Europeans, and of course also provide reliable energy prices for our households and for our businesses. But there are still some barriers to the green transition. We must secure our supply chains. We have to build the European industry stronger. We need to reduce the bureaucratic rules. And we have to align what we want when it comes to biodiversity and the environment and the ambitions we have on climate. I think all these are important discussions we also have to do with our businesses. So we need to keep on going forward. We have to do it together. And this is what we seek to do today here. So thank you once again, Alexander, for inviting us.
Thank you, Mette. Ursula, I talked about the leadership role you take, and you've led us through the different crises. This crisis is one which we can use to make a step forward, and really happy that you, that with plans like the Green Deal and so on, you've shown the direction. Extremely happy to have you here among us.
Thank you so much, Alexander. Thank you very much for inviting me and for hosting us here in Ostend, the city by the sea. And indeed, as you said, a lot has changed and improved since last year when we had our first meeting in Esbjerg. We should not forget it was the year of a severe energy crisis that was triggered by the Russian war. But we have managed together to get rid of our dependency on Russian fossil fuels. We have diversified away from Russia to reliable partners. The European people have saved 20% of their energy consumption, but most importantly, we have massively invested in renewables. So despite this crisis, we managed to keep the economy growing on one hand, but on the other hand, we were able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Two figures are here important. While globally the greenhouse gas emission did rise last year by 1%, in the European Union, the greenhouse gas emissions were reduced by 2.5%. In other words, there was a formidable boost in this year of crisis to renewable production in the European Union. We have doubled the additional deployment of renewable energy last year, and we have, for the very first time, generated more electricity from wind and sun compared to gas. Renewables are crucial for us to reach our goals in 2050. It's all about speeding up. And as you know, the European Union has just raised its 2030 targets for renewables from 32% up to more than 42%. So I very strongly welcome the Ostend Declaration. It's great. It's doubling down on the targets set in Esbjerg for offshore wind production. And it will give us all the wind we need in our sails to set the course onto climate neutrality. The European Commission will help to deliver on these targets. And this is why we have the Green Deal Industrial Plan. All our proposals to implement this industrial plan are on the table now. First, the Net Zero Industry Act that will help to create a conducive environment for clean tech industry. It will support innovation and, very important, the manufacturing at scale of clean tech. Second, our reform of the electricity market design will incentivize the use of renewable compared to fossil fuels. And third, our Critical Raw Materials Act aims at securing the supply of the materials that are so badly needed to build wind turbines and other clean tech. One very last point on renewable hydrogen. I'm very glad that we have stepped up the ambition on renewable hydrogen. Green hydrogen can be the game changer for Europe, our industries, and our economy. And the North Sea region has the potential to produce massive amounts of green hydrogen and to become the main corridor for imports. So, of course, I am very happy, and I would like to invite the countries here today to work on cross-border hydrogen projects. The Commission is ready to support as much as possible. And in parallel, we will make sure that the hydrogen bank that we will create is operational by the end of this year to create a full-fledged European hydrogen market. So in sum, Europe has become the house of renewables, and the North Sea is becoming the powerhouse of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Alors, Emmanuel, quel plaisir que la France vient de rejoindre la coalition de la mer du Nord, un pays avec tellement d'expertise au niveau d'énergie et qui voit le potentiel des éoliennes, et donc extrêmement heureux de t'avoir ici à Ostend.
Merci beaucoup, merci Monsieur le Premier ministre, cher Alexander, pour l'accueil, et heureux d'être ici à Ostend, et merci Madame la Première ministre, chère Metteux, d'avoir initié cette alliance. En effet, beaucoup de choses ont été dites, mais à neuf et avec le soutien de la Commission européenne, je crois que la stratégie qui est déployée ici est cohérente avec notre triple objectif. Plus de souveraineté, tenir nos objectifs en matière de climat et continuer à défendre l'industrie européenne. Et ces trois objectifs sont conciliables en déployant des programmes tels que celui-ci. Avec en effet cette volonté commune de produire 300 gigawatts à hauteur de 2050 et des coopérations dans tous les domaines, nous nous mettons en capacité de produire en européen par nous-mêmes justement cette électricité décarbonée et de réduire notre dépendance à des tiers et de le faire conformément à nos objectifs climatiques. À cela s'ajoute le fait qu'un tel objectif s'appuie et doit s'appuyer de manière croissante sur une expertise européenne. Et il nous faut consolider, je crois que c'est l'une des forces des coopérations qui se nouent ici et de ce que nous voulons faire avec la Commission, eh bien, en amont comme en aval, la capacité à renforcer les industriels européens. Gagner en souveraineté, en autonomie sur les matériaux critiques et tout ce qu'il faut pour produire et assembler ces éoliennes, avoir un assemblage européen et avoir des industriels européens, nous venons d'ailleurs de le voir en termes de dragage, qui sont associés à la construction de ces grands équipements. Et derrière, eh bien, cette capacité de production nous permettra de produire de l'hydrogène vert européen pour nos industries. Et je crois que ce qui est important derrière cette stratégie, au-delà de la production d'énergie décarbonée européenne, c'est d'avoir une approche très cohérente et de se dire nous voulons une industrie européenne pour la produire. Et ne pas répliquer parfois les erreurs que nous avons pu faire il y a quelques décennies, où quand nous avons massivement déployé par exemple du photovoltaïque, nous avons importé beaucoup des matériaux dont nous avions besoin. C'est une opportunité donc en termes de résilience, de souveraineté et de Made in Europe auquel nous croyons. La France s'inscrit dans cette stratégie avec un objectif de 40 gigawatts pour ce qui nous concerne, un pacte éolien en mer qui a été signé il y a maintenant un an avec un investissement massif de 40 milliards d'euros sur les 15 prochaines années, 20 000 emplois répartis sur tout le territoire français, en particulier dans l'industrie de l'assemblage d'éoliennes sur notre sol. La clé derrière tout cela, et je crois que justement notre capacité à agir en européen sera déterminante, c'est d'accélérer les projets et leur déploiement. Un dernier mot pour dire que pour accompagner cette stratégie, il nous faut poursuivre, comme la Commission l'a lancé, une réforme du marché électrique européen, et il nous faudra développer encore plus avant les interconnexions électriques européennes, qui est un élément clé pour nous rendre encore plus efficaces. Merci beaucoup, Alexandre.
Merci. Dear Olaf, you know the Belgian coast quite well by now. A few months ago you were in Zeebrugge to visit our LNG infrastructure. We've had a very long-standing partnership on the energy domain, and I'm sure that maintaining economic activity and definitely heavy industry in Europe is for you also a priority.
Schönen Dank. Schönen Dank für die Initiative, dass wir hier fortsetzen, was in Esbjerg begonnen hat, und auch für die ganze Arbeit, die damit verbunden ist, denn es ist in der Tat ein ganz wichtiges Ereignis, das uns hier zusammenführt. Ich will kurz erläutern, warum die Initiative so wichtig ist. Erstens, die vergangenen Monate haben eindrucksvoll gezeigt, wie zentral es ist, dass wir in Europa in Energiefragen eng zusammenarbeiten. Denn wir sind auf unserem Kontinent und natürlich auch auf den Inseln, die davor liegen, darauf angewiesen, dass wir miteinander eng verbunden sind. Die Energieleitungen sind Lebensadern Europas. Wir produzieren Energie längst nicht mehr nur für uns selbst, sondern auch für unsere Nachbarn und umgekehrt. Nach dem russischen Überfall auf die Ukraine mussten wir uns unabhängig machen von Energieleistungen aus Russland. Das haben wir geschafft mit Unterstützung unserer Freunde und Nachbarn. Und ich bin dafür unverändert sehr dankbar. Das hat mich ja auch das letzte Mal nach Zeebrugge geführt und an viele andere Orte. Zweitens gehen wir eine noch größere Herausforderung jetzt sehr entschlossen an.
Wir wollen in Deutschland bis 2045 klimaneutral wirtschaften, unsere Energie aus Windkraft, Solarenergie und Biomasse gewinnen und auf fossile Energien verzichten zum Schutz unseres Klimas. Windenergie auf See birgt dafür ein ganz, ganz großes Potenzial. Und mit der Nordsee haben wir das Energie-Powerhouse quasi vor der Haustür. Seit unserem Treffen im vergangenen Jahr in Esbjerg ist unser Kreis hier deutlich größer geworden, wie man ja an diesem breiten Podium ganz gut sehen kann. Gemeinsam wollen wir die Energie der Nordsee erschließen und bis 2030 ca. 120 Gigawatt Offshore-Windparks installieren. Dafür haben wir auch schon eine große Reihe wichtiger Entscheidungen getroffen. National und auch auf europäischer Ebene haben wir den Rahmen für den Ausbau der erneuerbaren Energien deutlich verbessert und die Verfahren beschleunigt. Ich bin ganz besonders der Europäischen Kommission dankbar für die entsprechenden Gesetzesvorschläge, die wir voranbringen konnten. Gemeinsam diskutieren wir regelmäßig in der Nordsee-Energiekooperation, wie wir den Ausbau der Windenergie und der Netze weiter voranbringen können. Unsere Netzbetreiber erarbeiten Konzepte, um Offshore-Strom und Wasserstoff an den Küsten zu nutzen, ihn dort zu produzieren, anzulanden, was den Wasserstoff betrifft. Bei aller Ambition müssen wir drittens aber auch ehrlich genug sagen, die Herausforderungen bleiben groß, sie sind immens und es bleibt noch eine ganze Reihe zu tun. Vor allem, wir müssen schneller werden. Bei der Identifikation von Flächen, bei Genehmigungen, beim Bau von Anlagen und Netzen dürfen wir keine Zeit mehr verlieren. Und gerade wenn wir jetzt genau sehen, welche ungeheuren Möglichkeiten der Stromproduktion und der Wasserstoffproduktion die Nordsee bietet und gleichzeitig wissen, dass oft die industriellen Zentren, die diesen Strom benötigen, gar nicht direkt an der Küste liegen, sondern viele davon zum Beispiel in Deutschland im Südwesten der Republik, dann ist es wichtig, dass wir die Struktur des Netzausbaus immer mitdenken und auch im Blick haben, dass das genauso schnell vorangehen muss, wie die Stromproduktion anläuft. Und das ist etwas, was wir zustande bringen müssen. Wir müssen auch größer denken. Es braucht mehr Anlagen. Wir müssen dafür die nötigen Lieferketten stärken. Und deshalb brauchen wir gerade hier in Europa eine starke Zulieferindustrie. Ich bin sehr dankbar, dass hier in dem Business-Treffen sehr viele Unternehmen aus Europa, auch aus Deutschland, anwesend sind, dass sie mitarbeiten, dass sie mithelfen werden, dass wir das, was an industrieller Produktion notwendig ist, um diese Sachen mit unseren eigenen Fähigkeiten und Technologien voranzubringen, dass sie das zeigen und dass wir das voranbringen können. Und schließlich, wir müssen besser werden. Die raue See erfordert Innovationen, um Wind und Wasserstoff nutzbar zu machen. Und wir müssen, heute ist ein Beispiel dafür, mehr kooperieren. Davon kann ganz Europa profitieren. Und schließlich, auch das hat das letzte Jahr auf brachiale Weise gezeigt, wir müssen unsere Offshore-Industrie effektiv schützen. Hier spielen wir als Anrainer, aber auch die EU und die NATO eine wichtige Rolle. All das wird nur gemeinsam gehen. Und das Treffen hier in Ostende ist ein wichtiger Schritt auf diesem gemeinsamen Weg. Die Erklärung, die wir gleich unterzeichnen, macht das noch einmal deutlich. Und deshalb nochmal vielen Dank, Alexander, für die Einladung und Organisation. Es ist schön, wieder an der Nordsee zu sein. Als früherer Hamburger Bürgermeister weiß ich, das Meer verbindet die Welt. Unsere Verbindung, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, ist stark und wir profitieren alle davon. An die Arbeit.
Thank you, Olaf. Dear Leo, technically you're not really a North Sea country either. But wind energy is something which Ireland knows extremely well, mostly onshore up to now, but the offshore potential, of course, is a huge one, and extremely happy that you're part of this coalition now as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Alexander. Agus Germalga Tom an Osach Fenshaw in Ostend anew, con an Ostend Declaration of Shinu, Harkian Realtus Heron, Agus Winter Heron, our son Royd Agus, our son on Tauki. My thanks to Alexander for the invitation to be here at today's summit and the opportunity for us in Ireland to join the Ostend Declaration. And I really want to thank Belgium for its leadership in taking this initiative, but also when it comes to renewable energy. As I flew in this morning, it was fascinating to see the number of buildings here in Ostend that have solar panels on their roofs, small buildings and large buildings, and also to see the amount of offshore wind that Belgium has already. So I think you're showing a lot of leadership already. I believe our attendance here at this meeting, 8 governments, the European Commission, the United Kingdom represented as well at ministerial level, and 120 companies, shows a very real shared commitment to accelerating the transition to a green energy future and harnessing the immense potential of offshore renewables. When it comes to climate, the science is very clear. The facts are also very clear on the ground. Our world is getting warmer. Severe weather events are becoming more frequent, and we have no time to waste in acting. We have to be the generation that turns the tide on climate change and biodiversity. Some of you will know Mary Robinson, former President of Ireland and former UN High Commissioner for Refugees. And she says, or human rights rather, and she says that there are 2 things that we're on the cusp of. One is we're on the cusp of climate disaster. The other is that we're on the cusp of deploying the technological advances that allow us to avoid all of that. And we need to make sure that one gets ahead of the other, that we make the changes necessary before it's too late. And I think, as others have said, that's really reinforced by what's happening with Russia and the extent to which energy has been weaponized. So today's discussions are going to be with industry reps, and will emphasise the development of supply chains needed to honour and achieve our renewable energy objectives. We're already making significant progress with the framework on the North Sea's energy cooperation, and a memorandum of understanding between its members and the UK is now in place. And today's Ostend Declaration allows us to go beyond the North Sea to the wider North Seas, including the Irish Sea, the Celtic Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. And Ireland as a country is relatively small, but our seas are 7 times greater than our landmass. And that's what we hope to bring to the table here today. We also must ensure that biodiversity is protected in whatever we do, that our rural, local and coastal communities benefit from opportunities and also the green jobs that will arise. So really looking forward to working closely with our regional partners and the European Commission to build the offshore grids and electricity interconnection that will benefit us all. And that's going to enable us to trade offshore renewable energy with the rest of Europe, but most of all for our citizens at home and our businesses, ensuring that we have security of supply and affordable and predictable prices into the future, and all done with the benefit to our environment. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Xavier, ce que beaucoup de gens ne savent pas, c'est l'investissement historique que le Luxembourg a toujours fait dans le renouvelable et le rôle que vous avez joué déjà dans la mer du Nord. Mais cette invitation, naturellement, est surtout une invitation pour en faire encore davantage.
Oui, comme toujours. Merci pour l'invitation, cher Alexander. Oui, certains d'entre vous, c'est la première question qu'ils m'ont posée quand je suis arrivé, mais qu'est-ce que vous faites ici ? Alors, vous devez savoir que ce n'est pas nouveau que Luxembourg participe à des projets. Je tiens à remercier Mette, d'avoir lancé cette initiative ici avec ces pays autour de la table. Le Danemark est le premier pays avec qui nous avons signé justement aussi un accord où le Luxembourg investit avec le Danemark dans l'offshore, et qui nous permet donc d'avoir aussi une sécurité jusqu'en 2025, aussi à partir de 2025, concernant l'énergie renouvelable. L'énergie renouvelable est quelque chose dans lequel mon pays croit. Et je dois vous dire que les efforts qui ont été faits sont importants. Nous avons triplé la production d'énergie éolienne au cours des 6 dernières années, et nous constatons aussi un succès particulier dans le système d'énergie solaire, où en 2021, nous avons installé 15 fois plus d'unités qu'encore en 2016. Ich habe auch bei der letzten Rede, die ich gehalten habe über die Lage der Nation in Luxemburg, auch angekündigt, und das hat der Leo vorher gesagt, als er mit dem Flieger hier über Ostend geflogen ist, wie viele Solarenergie hier in Ostend auf den Häusern auch installiert sind. Und wir sind der Überzeugung, dass heutzutage auch die Wahl, um mitzumachen, soll kein Luxus sein. Wir haben es auch angekündigt, dass der Staat auch den Leuten eine Solarpanel-Möglichkeit auch installiert. Und dann wird es während einer gewissen Zeit der Staat die Produktion bekommen. Und dann nachher werden wir es ermöglichen, dass die Leute es dann zurückbekommen, anstatt zu leihen. Das gibt es ja auch in verschiedenen Ländern, wo dann der Staat zum Beispiel auch ein Dach anmietet. Und hier ist dann die Möglichkeit, dass die Leute nach einer gewissen Zeit dann auch das Material dann bekommen. Wir sind jetzt bei der ganzen Analyse, um zu sehen, auch, ob es sich rentiert oder nicht. Aber wie gesagt, im Moment ist noch in Europa die Solarenergie aber Ausnahme, wenn man mit dem Flieger über eine Hauptstadt oder eine Stadt fliegt. Und es soll für uns, die Ausnahme soll sein, dass nichts drauf ist in Zukunft. The problem that we have is when we see if it's the solar energy or if it's also the wind energy, that the production, and I'm very happy that also some of the colleagues raised up the topic. We see that the energy production, we are very dependent. We saw it with Russia coming from one kind of the products. Now we see with the LNG, even it's trusted partners, but it comes from the other side of the world, or from the south or from the west. And so I think it's very important that if we want to continue in that we also take it as a priority. Solar panels, we were leaders. We were leaders. Now China is a leader. When we see also the turbines, we have, if you look, the biggest companies, very few are European companies. The Chinese, again. We have a relation with China which is for the moment okay, but can tomorrow also be less good. If that's the fact, again, we need really strategic autonomy on our economy and also putting priority on the production of European, made in Europe, also on the capacities of the needed machine and engines to do it. So I just want to thank you again for inviting us here. We see all of us that the climate crisis, is something I remember we watched it on TV. It was in Nicaragua, it was in Australia, it was in New Zealand. It's in Europe. And it's not yesterday or tomorrow or in 5 years. It is now that we have to act. And even if it's not too late. So I really hope that we will continue. You can count on Luxembourg, and as you said before, we already have a project, well, not a project, we signed with Denmark, and you will have I have to admit, we don't have the Luxembourgish Sea, and the Moselle and the Sauer is not big enough to have windmills on them. But if we are useful, we will continue to be useful. And this is also an invitation for other colleagues who have no seas. You don't need to have the seas. If you have capacities to do common things, we will make bigger things together. So thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you. Mark, die Noordzee die delen wij tussen België en Nederland en heel veel activiteiten op die Noordzee. Ja, daar zijn we heel sterk met elkaar verbonden. Zoals in zoveel thema's waar heel vaak landen als België, Nederland en Luxemburg samen met elkaar optrekken. Dus heel blij om jou hier te hebben en om al die Nederlandse expertise in economische activiteiten in de Noordzee, om die deel te hebben van onze coalitie.
Dank je, Alexander. On a working visit to the second Maasvlakte in Rotterdam last week, I personally saw how much work energy companies and grid operators are already doing to prepare us for a fossil-free future. They are building wind farms, they are starting operations and developing at the same time the infrastructure we need so that Europe can benefit from the North Sea as a natural source of energy. The Lion Link project, which we are announcing today, and it is to connect the Netherlands and the United Kingdom, is a good example of these efforts. And they are sorely needed. As you said, Leo Varadkar from Ireland, the IPCC's recent work shows we need to step up our climate efforts. And that means moving towards sustainable energy supplies. I would also add that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has made this all the more urgent. We have to make sure Putin no longer has the means to exert pressure on us by turning off the gas tap. And producing clean energy is the best way to achieve this. And the enormous potential of the North Sea region is indispensable here. And thank you, Ursula von der Leyen from the European Commission, that you are willing to do everything to support that whole endeavor. And that's why it's good that we've come together here in Ostend. We're following up on the first and successful North Sea Summit under Mette Frederiksen's leadership in Esbjerg last year. And the France, Luxembourg, the United Kingdom, Norway and Ireland are joining us today in our ambition to turn the North Sea into the green engine of Europe. And with Ireland and with Luxembourg, we are now moving beyond the North Sea, but still discussing the North Sea. And Jonas, you being here from Norway, but also the United Kingdom now being part of this group means also that we are moving beyond a little bit the European Union in its strict borders. And by expanding now this North Sea coalition, we are also boosting, I believe, our joint efforts. Last year, the Netherlands, we already raised our national target to 21 gigawatts by 2030, and that's almost 80% of our current total electricity consumption. But here's an important point. If we are really to produce our own wind turbines and batteries in Europe, we indeed, as Emmanuel Macron said, we need to be less dependent on one single supplier for our critical raw materials. And it is Olaf Scholz who is consistently pleading to remove barriers in permitting procedures so we can speed up our energy projects. It's important here, I believe, that we strike the right balance between nature, fisheries and energy. It's not only North Sea countries that today's agreements are connecting. We can also see and use the North Sea wind energy to produce green hydrogen, which could provide renewable energy to other countries in Europe. So I really believe, Alexander, that meetings like today are vital in this, to share plans and see where we can join forces. So I'm looking forward to our discussions, but again, thank you for organizing this follow-up meeting and to bring us together here, but also for the very warm welcome you provide us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Jonas, you've been a long-term partner of the European Union in all questions related to energy, and especially last year. And I think there's a warm thank you from all of us in the role that Norway has played in helping us to get through this crisis. But there's so much more that we can do. And I'm really looking forward to have you part of this coalition with all the possibilities you have in offshore wind, but actually much more than that.
Thank you, Alexander. It's good to be the new kid on the block with my friends around this North Sea emerging biggest energy region potentially in the world. Norway is, as you said, the largest provider of energy to Europe. That situation was emphasized during this last year. We've been able to increase our export of gas by some 8 to 10%. That represents 100 terawatt hours of extra energy into Europe. And we will be able to maintain that for the next few years so that we can forward the transition. But we have a lot more to contribute because we have a coastline and we have wind and we have expertise in building heavy things that can stand the pressure from wind and oceans. So we are engaging into offshore wind enthusiastically. And today, this morning, Ursula, we signed a green alliance between Norway and the European Union. We worked on that for a year. Norway has integrated our objectives to reach Paris obligations with the European Union. These are our partners. We have integrated economies. So we want to reach the targets with the European Union partners. And with this green alliance, we really exemplify how to do that. And one important part is to take this paradox of Russia's invasion. It has actually accelerated Europe's independence towards energy security with the renewable push. And we want to be part of that. So there are a lot of dimensions here where we have expertise. Offshore wind, especially the floating windmills, which have to build on expertise from heavy structures out offshore. Hydrogen production, be it green, or in the intermediary time blue, namely by gas, where we extract the CO2, store it 2,000 meters under the seabed, and Norway has done that for 20, 30 years. We know the technology and how to do it. So our ambitions are also high. By 2040, we aim for 30 gigawatt. That is about 1,500 windmills. And for what is linked to the southern part of Norway, we want to see that in a North Sea perspective, and then we will follow up along our coast towards the Barents Sea and Arctic waters, because we also need this energy there. I would also like to emphasize that we as governments should help push this industry to get off the ground. But the key here and the core is the private sector. And I would like to salute you, Alexander, for having followed up what Mette did last year in Esbjerg. And here it is even more impressive, the number of companies with world-class expertise. I'm happy to see there are 10 to 15 Norwegian companies, and they will contribute actively in the side events which are around here. So we are building value chains. They are European, they are North Sea, and they will really make a difference. Norway is really happy to be part of it, and I hope that we will be able to one day invite you to a similar gathering at our shores, and then we will make the windmills turn. Thank you.
Thank you. After all of this, you might have some questions, but before we go to the questions, we will proceed to the signing of the Ostend Declaration. And so two representatives of the Ostend Youth City Council, Lens and Chiara, will bring you the declaration and will ask each one of you to sign it. Give them an applause, first of all. Yes. Okay, thank you. Give them another applause. Doing this. Excellent job. Ostend Declaration, to summarize it, from announcement to implementation for a greener, a more sustainable, and a more independent Europe.
Hey.
All right.
Let's
Are
take
there
some
any
questions.
Please take it over, Bram.
I have a first question from Jelle Frenke, VTM.
Prime Minister, Belgium is considering a legal procedure against France concerning the construction of a wind farm in the North Sea at Dunkirk. That's not really a proof of collaboration and stepping up ambition. What is your position on that legal procedure? And more broadly, what are the concrete measures or deals you have now that the action will speed up? In advance, you said that it has to go further than only showing ambitions. What are these concrete steps?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, in planning offshore wind parks, we need to talk. And between Belgium and France, we're in very intensive talks on this new very big windmill park off the coast of Dunkerque, and I'm quite sure we will come to an agreement which is satisfying for both countries. When I say from announcement to action, what we need to do is to standardize and industrialize. This offshore wind industry is one which is very much innovation driven. It will remain innovation driven. But the biggest gain today is in speeding up the building. If we want to speed up the building, you need to standardize it. That means standardizing the zoning, standardizing the tendering, standardizing also the security measures that we need to take to secure these industries, standardizing the financial model, which makes it easier to finance it, and then synchronize between us. If we decide to build all at the same time, the industry gets in trouble. If we plan it in the right way, we can scale up. Today, we have a capacity to build approximately 7 gigawatts per year. If we want to achieve our ambitions, we need to get to 20 gigawatts per year. It is possible with our private sectors, but we need to help. And this is, to me, the main goal of this summit, is announcement, yes, but especially synchronizing better and making sure that together we can go from announcement to speed.
I have a second question by Ole Rieborg, DR.
Ole Ryborg, Danmarks Radio. Last week, a documentary by 4 television stations from Denmark, Sweden, Norway and Finland documented how Russian vessels have been mapping the locations of all windmill farms in the whole of Scandinavia, along the coast down to Belgium and Holland and all the way to Britain, and I think they've even been in Ireland. So my question to you is, you've now been talking about how you are going to develop the North Sea as the powerhouse, but what are you going to do to protect that infrastructure? For von der Leyen, the EU directive for 2008 about infrastructure is quite old and not done to this. So how are you going to change this to increase the protection of the windmills that you do? And even I'm curious about the Franco-German engine in all this. Is this a national thing as it is today, or do you foresee that in the future we need European cooperation, even European military cooperation, or in other ways, in order to protect these wind farms that we do in the North Sea? Thank you.
Yes, we have followed the situation very closely because we know that our critical infrastructure is under threat, and we know it since we have experienced the sabotage of Nord Stream pipeline last year. So this is the reason why we have stepped up in the European Union our actions concerning preparedness, concerning the response and the cooperation that is possible. Cooperation between member states, of course, as you said, on an EU level. Here we are at the moment working on a stress test program for the worst case, mainly in the infrastructure. We had a first stock taking in April, and we will take the results to identify our weaknesses, but of course also strengthen our resilience. The second part, which is very important, is not only the European Union is working on this topic, but we are teaming up with NATO. And with NATO we have created a joint task force, basically working on the same principles I've just explained, but it includes the whole possible range of threats, for example, also the topic of cyber threats concerning our key sectors, and namely also, of course, energy. The EU-NATO experts are at the moment working on a program for coordinated resilience, and the results of this we will present to you, the leaders, at the NATO summit, which will then take place in July. So you see, we've really stepped up because we know it's crucial and critical that we are up to date there.
Just one word to say that we do believe this is a matter of security for all of us. So we are available, and by the way, we coordinated this type of effort with Norway and some other players when it happened indeed a few months ago. And we are still available. It's part of our national defense strategy to be precisely involved in the defense of critical infrastructures for energy and telecommunications. And it's part as well of the topics we put on the table on this European political community in Prague. It raised as one of the critical topics, and this is something we will discuss in Chisinau as well with all the players.
It seems that the concept of... Oh, sorry, please go ahead.
Not much to add from my side, just saying that we already invited NATO and the European Union to work on this topic, which Ursula von der Leyen already reported, and they are already working to find a procedure how we cooperate in this field. And also on the national level, we took a lot of decisions how we will be more able to understand the situation and all the dangers, cooperating with others, especially with Norway in one case. And so you can be sure this is a question of high priority.
It seems that the concept of scientific research is quite a broad one in the North Sea. But this is one of the topics which is part of this Ostend Declaration, is that we need to look at building insecurity by design. I think the new investments we do in offshore wind, in cables, in pipelines, need to be secured by design. This was not a priority 15 years ago. It's quite clear that it will be a priority in the years to come.
Next question is by Alexandra von Namen, Deutsche Welle.
Thank you very much for the question. A question maybe to the Danish Prime Minister. Can you tell us more about the results of the investigation in the Nord Stream pipeline attack? Because it's been a while, we're not getting any results. And don't you think that not showing a complete transparency that could be playing into Putin's hands? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. As you probably know, there's still an investigation going on this topic. It was quite dramatically when we found out about it. But the investigation is not finished yet, and therefore the authorities are not able yet to say a word about it. And we don't know when the results will be there or if there will be a result, so we have to wait a bit more. Well, I think a lot of us have been asking questions about, since the beginning of the war, will this be in the hands of Putin? Will this support the wordings from Moscow? And in all questions, I don't believe in that way of seeing it, because if the authorities are not capable of saying anything about the investigation yet, then they are not ready to do it. And in our countries, we have to respect, of course, that the authorities have some measures and have some decisions to make, and the political level have other measures and other decisions to make. So no, I don't agree with you, but the investigation is still going on.
I have a question from Pierre Benazet, Radio France.
Oui, j'ai une question. Monsieur le Président, on a parlé, le chancelier allemand a parlé de l'identification des sites pour les parcs d'éoliennes en mer. Est-ce que ça ne va pas être un gros défi pour la France qui part de très loin? Il va falloir trouver des arrangements et trouver des définitions sur la biodiversité, partager la mer avec les transporteurs, avec les pêcheurs et avec les riverains. Et puis, pour rebondir sur ce que vous avez dit en arrivant, vous estimez que les propos de l'ambassadeur chinois en France sont déplacés. On parle de souveraineté des pays baltes, mais on parle aussi de la souveraineté de l'Ukraine sur la Crimée. On est toujours dans cette question de sécurité et de souveraineté. Est-ce que vous avez des propos européens à ce sujet? Et est-ce que vous avez l'intention vous-même de retourner en Ukraine bientôt?
Merci beaucoup. Sur votre deuxième question, je crois qu'il y a une clarté de tous les Européens sur ces sujets pour éviter ces propos excessifs, et il y a une condamnation unanime des pays qui étaient concernés comme de l'ensemble de nos ministères des Affaires étrangères. Évidemment, je retournerai dans les prochaines semaines, prochains mois, dès que nous aurons défini avec les partenaires européens et le président Zelensky le bon moment en Ukraine. Et à chaque fois, j'ai veillé à avoir une approche utile, c'est-à-dire être présent en Ukraine pour apporter des résultats ou à des moments qui étaient décisifs. Comme vous le savez, j'ai eu il y a 10 jours au téléphone le président Zelensky pour faire un point sur nos envois justement munitions et d'armes, et aussi lui rendre compte des discussions que j'avais pu avoir en Chine. Pour ce qui est de votre première question, nous avons lancé cette stratégie reposant sur l'économie d'énergie, le nucléaire et le renouvelable il y a maintenant un peu plus d'1 an et demi. Elle s'est déclinée par un pacte éolien en mer en mars 2022 et l'attribution de 20 gigawatts d'ici à 2030. Et donc ce pacte a commencé à préidentifier des lieux au-delà de ceux qui faisaient déjà l'objet de développement et investir 40 milliards d'euros au cours des 15 ans à venir sur ce sujet. Et donc dans le cadre de la planification qui sera annoncée avant avant le début juillet, nous aurons à déployer justement sur de nombreux sites cette stratégie dont l'objectif, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, est d'avoir une capacité de production de 40 gigawatts à horizon 2050. Et donc c'est de poursuivre l'effort qui a été annoncé il y a 1 an. Vous l'avez très bien dit, le défi, et c'est le cas d'ailleurs pour tous les collègues, c'est d'identifier des sites qui sont compatibles avec les éléments de biodiversité, les tracés pour justement les activités commerciales et l'activité des pêcheurs. Ce qui apparaît clairement, c'est que nous avons une capacité de le faire en planifiant et donc en prévoyant, et nous avons d'autant plus de capacité que nous avons 4 grandes façades maritimes, ce qui nous donne aussi une liberté, si je puis dire, de choix, une capacité à négocier plus large. Donc oui, l'objectif que j'ai donné est bien celui que nous délivrerons et sur lequel nous avons des capacités à faire.
Theresa Munch from DPA for the next question, please.
Meine Frage richtet sich an Kanzler Scholz. Sich ambitionierte Ziele zu setzen, ist ja immer einfach, aber in der letzten Zeit ist beim Ausbau von Windenergie auf See nicht so richtig viel zusammengegangen in Deutschland und auch in Europa. Was macht Sie so zuversichtlich, dass es diesmal anders kommt, dass jetzt so richtig Schubkraft reinkommt?
Schönen Dank für die Frage. In der Tat, der Ausbau der Windenergie an Land und auf hoher See ist in den letzten Jahren nicht mit dem Tempo vorangegangen, das wir gebraucht hätten. Deshalb haben wir auf nationaler Ebene in Deutschland, aber auch auf europäischer Ebene jetzt sehr, sehr viele Gesetze geändert oder sind dabei, sehr viele Gesetze zu ändern, um genau dieses Tempo zu erreichen. Und es gibt aber einen klaren Maßstab. Wenn wir an die europäischen Regulierungen, die wir heute haben, denken und wenn wir an die deutschen Regeln, die wir heute haben, denken, werden wir keines unserer Ausbauziele erreichen, wenn wir sie nicht ändern. Und deshalb ist es notwendig, dass wir das tun. Darüber besteht aber auch ein großer Konsens bei den europäischen Regierungschefs. Da besteht ein großer Konsens auch im Parlament. Und wir haben jedenfalls in Deutschland unbedingt diesen Willen dazu. Deshalb gehen wir jetzt auch anders vor. Wenn das Ziel für Deutschland ist, 80% des Stroms 2030 aus erneuerbaren Energien zu produzieren, bedeutet das, dass wir genau ausrechnen können, wie viel Offshore-Wind aus der Nordsee, wie viel Wind onshore in Deutschland, wie viel Solarpaneele in Deutschland, wie viel Stromleitung in Deutschland und wie viel Elektrolyse dazu notwendig sind. Und auch, wie viele Importkapazitäten für Wasserstoff wir brauchen. Und weil das jetzt möglich ist, wir das auch öffentlich sagen können und auch verfolgen können, werden wir das Tempo auch erreichen. Das heutige Treffen ist deshalb besonders wertvoll, weil wir uns nicht nur als Regierung treffen, sondern weil wir auch gleich mit der Wirtschaft sprechen. Denn wir müssen ja sagen, jetzt geht's los, jetzt findet das statt, jetzt gewinnen wir die Geschwindigkeit, die wir dazu brauchen. Und während wir das tun und während wir Gesetze ändern und Planungen ausbauen, um das zu erreichen, muss in dem gleichen Augenblick überall in Europa in Unternehmenszentralen die Entscheidung getroffen werden, wir setzen da drauf, das wird wirklich passieren, wir bauen unsere Kapazitäten aus, wir investieren in Forschung und Entwicklung. Und diesen gemeinsamen Moment, den schaffen wir mit dem, was wir unter anderem heute tun. Und deshalb bin ich sicher, es wird klappen.
Naomi O'Leary of the Irish Times.
Hi, a question for Taoiseach Varadkar. We've heard a lot of talk about Ireland potentially being a powerhouse in the export of wind energy. I wonder if you could give any figures in terms of what that would mean to the Irish economy. Can you give any sense of the size of potential exports, like revenues, the jobs this might mean? And then also, what level of public investment is required to bring the national grid up to scratch to actually be able to handle something like that? Thanks.
Yes. So Ireland as a country requires about 6 gigs of electricity to satisfy our own needs, but that's going to increase dramatically as we electrify our transport systems and more industry goes electric as well. But the target that we've set for renewables for offshore wind is 30. So roughly 5 times the amount of energy that we currently use. And that's a hugely ambitious target, but one that we believe we can achieve. It's not just about offshore wind, although it'll be mainly about offshore wind. It's also about solar as well as onshore wind too, and using that for our own energy needs, but also to produce green hydrogen, which is going to be one of the fuels of the future, as the President Commissioner said. Also synthetic aviation fuels, so that we can continue to fly, maybe not as frequently as we do now, but still when we need to. And also to make green fertilizer, which I think would be very beneficial for agriculture in particular, because at the moment we use fertilizers that are nitrogen-based and oil-based, and if we could change to green fertilizers, that would be much better for lots of different reasons. When it comes to the investment, we're going to need a combination of public investment and private investment. It's going to take many billions, tens of billions, we believe. But crucially, I think we need to understand that this form of public investment is public investment that will pay for itself, because people and businesses pay for electricity. Ultimately, the capital cost is recovered, and you then start to make a profit. So a lot of public investment that we make is really important and really valuable, but it never turns a profit. Investment in energy will turn a profit. So the first couple of years, the first couple of decades, it covers the capital cost, but after that it becomes profit making. So it's a huge economic opportunity as well. And let's not forget that the fuel that powers wind energy is free, not like oil or gas. It's free, and all you need to do is install the equipment and install the grid, although the grid is going to be a huge job. And I think what we're going to need is a master grid, a super grid for all of Europe. If you think of our grid that we have at the moment, like roads, we still are running off local and regional roads, and now we need to build European energy motorways, essentially, to harness that offshore energy and bring it all over Europe.
Next question by Tim Morizet by RTL.
So Luxembourg is currently importing 80% of its electricity from abroad. How can nations like Luxembourg, smaller nations, profit from this cooperation? Is that going to mean 100% green energy imports in the future?
So I'm very proud to tell you that we were able last year, for the first time in our history, to have renewable energy covering all the private households. This is new for Luxembourg. This was not the case before. I think that to say that the whole economy and industry will be covered by renewable energy tomorrow would be a lie. So we are looking for all the opportunities that we can have to see. This is with Denmark, where I told you that we signed an agreement. This is why I'm sitting here, where we try to find, to push also the colleagues. So it is important for the continent, but it's also important for Luxembourg. We saw how dependent. I just want to remind, because I think we forgot, that a few months ago, we were asking ourselves, when will be a possible blackout on energy? We all forgot. But that was a situation we had where we were, and thank you, Ursula, for all you did with the commissions to see how we would be able to continue to produce, to have energy, and trying not to punish or to do obligations, but trying to sensibilize people to reduce the energy. And we were able. So I think it will be a mixture of renewable energies from here, renewable energies, as I told you before, with initiatives that we want to have with solar panels also on the different households, and different projects with Denmark and with other countries. Also the hydrogen is a future where we have to see where we can work together. There are some energy sources, as you know, we don't believe in it. We don't think that they are sure and green. But there are so many opportunities. That's the reason why I'm so happy to be here today, to support these kind of initiatives.
Next question by Petra Jan Broers, ANP. No?
Or not.
plus court par là.
Hello, everybody. My name is Petra Jambroes, ANP. My question is really for Mrs. von der Leyen. Building all these wind parks costs a lot of nitrogen emission. It means that a lot of builders cannot get the permits they need, and it's not going as fast as they like. I know this is one of the things that the member states need to do, but can the Commission help out a little bit in this? How do you tackle this problem?
Yes, if I understand you well, it's about the permitting processes that last too long still today. This is the reason why together we have introduced an emergency law last year that says basically that member states are able to define so-called go-to areas. And if these areas are defined, there is legally an overriding public interest. And this makes it possible that the permitting processes can be reduced to less than 1 year. This was the emergency regulation we did last year. Now we have transformed this transformed the emergency regulation into the so-called RED 3, Renewable Energy Directive 3. This has just been agreed, so it's now cast in law, and this gives a big advantage to have slim and fast permitting procedures for example, the building of wind parks that are necessary.
I have a last question by Simon Eckern, NRK.
Yes, thank you. It's a question for the Commission President. Norway has wanted to look for more oil and gas in vulnerable Arctic regions, and this was a complex issue in the talks before the pact that you signed today and the Green Alliance. Now you've stated several times how thankful you've been for Norway's support, but how green a country is Norway really in these new ongoing decisions about a new energy reality, in your view?
So in the many talks that I had with you, Jonas, I could see how genuine and true the very ambitious green transformation is. And yes, of course, you are a resource-rich country, what, for example, gas is concerned. But it is impressive to see the enormous investment you're doing in green energies. And the Green Alliance is basically working together on all different strands for the green transformation, be it supporting each other when it comes to global targets, or supporting each other, for example, when it comes to developing the renewables, but also supporting each other when it comes to research and development. Carbon capture and storage is a very interesting field that we're working on together. Green hydrogen has been mentioned already. And over time, of course, it's important for us that, for example, the infrastructure we build is one day hydrogen ready. So you see a whole concept behind it. It's the very first green alliance the European Union has with a European country. It's only the second we have at all. And there's a good reason why we choose, and we're glad, to have Norway by our side.
And the Arctic discussions?
We found, I think, a very good balance between the two necessary points. And this is summarized in the Green Alliance, the balance that is necessary to protect, of course, the Arctic region, but also to have the necessary approach to existing fields that you're looking at.
Well, I support everything the Commission President said. Let me just say that Norway is in transition from oil and gas to renewable. And I think we're all safe by making that transition in a responsible manner. And half of the increase of Norway's gas export to Europe this last year comes from a site outside Hammerfest, which is definitively in the Arctic. It's LNG coming into European ports. But that site at Hammerfest is at the same time known for extracting CO2 and depositing that under the seabed for eternity, which is a technology which is now being highlighted. So I really believe that we have to be partners in this. If we do a transition by closing one chapter one day to open a new one the next day, we will fail. And I think one part of the vulnerability for Europe last year was that when Russian gas disappeared, there was not enough renewable to fill the space. Now we are moving ahead impressingly to fill that space, and Norway will do its part in that green transition.
Okay, thank you. Don't run away. There is a press conference of the energy ministers as well, and it would be sad if they would have an empty room, so please stay around. If I can just ask my colleagues to do a last group picture together with our two representatives of the Youth Council, and then we will move out.
Industry. It will support innovation and, very important, the manufacturing at scale.
Ik bedoel één deur of twee deuren. Eén en wat dan ook.
you have more?
So welcome to the press conference of the energy ministers. Above all, allow me to give the ministers the floor for the declaration and the signature of the documents made today. Tien van der Straten, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Stephanie, for the introduction, and thank you also for the mics working. We had a very fruitful meeting among energy ministers and with the European Commission. That is in itself not a surprise because when energy ministers meet, they usually find solutions. And in this case, solutions to overcome the energy crisis, the climate crisis, but we've also talked a lot about the biodiversity crisis and how that we can answer all these crises together. Ensure renewable energy, and as Fatih Birol mentioned when he came to Brussels with the World Energy Outlook, offshore wind being the white prince on the horse, or the horse on the prince on the white horse, offshore wind, a powerhouse for Europe. We have a declaration that we will sign that we have been discussing with new ambitions between our combined countries. Last year we were only 4, but now today we are 9 altogether, welcoming these new countries. That also allows us to drive our ambition up, 120 gigawatt by 2030 and 300 gigawatt by 2050. That means millions and millions and millions of European households that can be supplied by green and cheap electricity coming from the North Sea, which will be the biggest renewable energy plant that we will have in Europe. We were not only talking about these ambitions, because today is about implementation, it's about action, it's about getting the job done. That's why we are here. So not only broadening the group, but also deepening our cooperation. We were not here today alone. Of course, there were the leaders, but there were also industry leaders, and more than 100 business leaders were together with us, who have also signed and will be signing also during the day and the evening a declaration to enhance this cooperation. It's not about governments alone, it's not about industries alone, it's about a joint collaboration between these two large groups. Our industries not only are grid operators, but also the larger companies and industries along the value chain. Let's not forget that offshore wind is not only about providing green electricity to households, to companies and to industries, but also anchoring this value chain here in Europe, a European industry. But I was not alone. I was honored to being the host today, to have sent out invitations and gathering all these insights. It's a job that you cannot do on your own, and that's why we are here, the 9 of us. So I would give the floor to each and every one of them. And let me start, Kadri, with the European Commission, the European Union, who is the ultimate framework to guide us in these increased ambitions. Kadri.
Thank you, Tina, and thank you for hosting us. Today's summit sends a very clear message that North Sea is set to become Europe's green powerhouse, leading the way in deploying offshore renewables to decarbonize our economies and, of course, to increase our energy security. The direction of travel was set already a year ago in Esbjerg, but today in Ostend we reconfirm this ambition and we expand the number of countries who join this collective project. And today's summit is all about ambition and scale. It actually takes place just a week after a G7 meeting in Japan, where the energy ministers agreed on a collective increase in offshore wind capacity of 150 gigawatts by 2030. And it is clear that the green transition is picking up speed, and offshore renewables are an important part of this mix. We are announcing concrete projects to deliver the offshore ambition, and this initiative could not be more timely, as a political agreement on the revision of the Renewable Energy Directive was reached just a few weeks ago. Offshore, in particular, has enormous untapped potential and attracts high political and also industrial interest. And with the new RED framework, we are giving the tool necessary for the massive scale-up and speed-up of offshore renewables. And let me mention, for example, the rules on accelerating of permitting. Furthermore, the reform of the electricity market design includes several elements that are relevant for offshore projects, such as PPAs, contracts for difference, and a transmission access guarantee, just to name a few. And the proposal for a Net Zero Industry Act will help scaling up manufacturing of clean technologies, and it includes particularly offshore wind supply chain and grids. So, ladies and gentlemen, last year's North Sea Summit in Esbjerg took place at the same time when the Commission launched the REPowerEU plan. And it held a strong symbolic message. Offshore renewables are to become one of the key energy pillars of our future economy and energy independence. And 1 year on, the stakes cannot be higher. So today's summit in Ostend shows the EU member states and our partners stay the course and are committed to bring offshore wind development to next level. And the European Commission stands by their side.
Thank you, Kadri. I will now pass the floor to Lars, my colleague from Denmark.
Thank you. When I became minister 4 months ago, I was faced with a very practical challenge. As a new minister, I had to decorate the walls in my office. So I could have gone with a painting or a photo, but I wanted something else. So I went back and I got a graph painted on my wall. It shows the Danish reduction targets, 70% reduction by 2030, net zero by 2045, and beyond zero in 2050. But a graph is not enough. I also needed a slogan. And I wrote over the graph, "Let's get the job done." And I think that sort of put the highlight for the top line for the meeting today, the declarations we are signing, that now we need to get the job done. We will continue in good pace from last year's historical North Sea Summit in Esbjerg. We are continuing now with more countries, new common goals, and we are also deepening our collaborations, because we need to move from case-by-case work when it comes to offshore wind into an integrated strategy that involves all countries around the North Sea. We have the potential to produce an enormous amount of green electricity that is needed for the European economy, for European industry, for European households. And we have to deepen our collaborations, grid infrastructure, moving on to green hydrogen, and some of us are even looking at the potential for storing CO2 in the North Sea. We demonstrate that by joining forces, by developing bilateral agreements and multilateral agreements that we will sign today. So it is today a fantastic day. It's an important step in getting the job done. So let's move ahead forward together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lars. I have in my office a champagne bottle of that ship. It reminds me also about getting the job done. So I will give the floor now to Agnès from France.
Thank you very much, Tina, and thank you to all my colleagues for welcoming me as a new member of this circle. I'm very pleased to participate today in this North Sea Summit, and I thank our Belgian partner for organizing this event. The massive development of offshore wind energy is one of France's top priorities. It is a key element of France's energy strategy, which is based on 4 pillars: reducing energy consumption, promoting energy efficiency, developing massive renewable energy, and launching a new nuclear power program. On renewables, France's ambition is unambiguous. Over the past 10 years, France has developed renewables at the same pace as our neighbors, and we want, as our neighbors, to accelerate. This is why I have negotiating a law to accelerate renewable permits, which was recently voted by the French Parliament, and we have a specific chapter on offshore wind permitting. For offshore wind, we plan to install 30 gigawatts in addition to our existing, or at least tendered, 10 gigawatts. Among the 4 major French maritime facades, the Northern Sea and the Eastern Channel are key areas to implement such projects. We also intend to launch new interconnection projects with our neighbors, and that will enhance European resilience. And we believe that we need to build a vision regarding supply chains on offshore wind and also on other renewables sectors. So this summit was an opportunity to exchange with my colleagues from the 8 other countries and with companies on best practices to further accelerate the deployment of offshore wind.
Thank you, Agnès. Now over to Germany, to Roberts.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Tine, for bringing us all together here. Also, Lars, thank you, Denmark, that you started the process. I mean, now all neighboring countries, all North Sea neighbors are partners, and I think partnership is of essence now when we're starting this big, huge process of scaling up the offshore wind farms from now existing ones to 300 gigawatts at the end of the decade we have in mind in 2050. So 300 nuclear power plants offshore, this is really, really something. Thank you very much that we can discuss all the matters that are to be discussed here. I think the moment where we're standing is defined best, but what we're doing today, we are doing our declaration and we have a lot of bilaterals. This is good, and it shows that we have work to do. It is good because we are implementing the process starting in Esbjerg last year, and it shows that a lot of bilaterals is not an architecture in itself. So what we have to do is developing a plan for the whole of the North Sea and then fit in our national purposes and now our national plan into this plan. This should include also the hydrogen infrastructure. So we are very focused on energy, the grid connection between the offshore wind farms and the onshore connection, but we are doing our work only really good if we include the hydrogen production as well. Second, I would mention that the market design should be appropriate to the big amount of renewable energy we're going to produce offshore then. Third, the finance instruments must be found to do all the investments, and the investment also in the industrial production side. So the scale up of grid production of wind turbines must be appropriate to the big plans we are doing now and deciding now. And fourth, I'd like to mention that permitting is of essence. So the best plan is nothing if we are too slow in the process of permitting, and this is exactly where we're standing. But see where we have started last year in Esbjerg and how far we have come in only 1 year. I think the problems are here to be solved, and I'm looking forward to next discussions and the next meeting.
Next discussions, always work to do, but here today is about the work that we have done today, and also welcoming these other countries and also Ireland. So Eamon, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Tina. I just want to agree with what Robert was saying, that for all the bilateral agreements, we will connect with France. We're starting to build a new interconnection with France. We're connecting with the UK with new interconnection. And all that is good. But what today in my mind is about a wider sense of cooperation. In my short discussion, or in my contribution earlier on to our meeting, I made the point that I think there's one element in the declaration today that is key. On page 4, if you look, we start to set out the principles in which we will cooperate. And the first principle is that the North Seas Energy Cooperation Mechanism will be the place where we can set the rules, market rules, so we get that certainty. Grid cooperation, so it's not just bilateral, but it's Europe regional. And that we get our manufacturing supply chain up by giving that scale of certainty. I hate to put too much pressure on the man to my right, but I kept saying, well, Rob is the key job here because he's the chair of the North Seas Energy Cooperation at this moment, and we have to meet later this year with real mechanisms to deliver on that scale of regional cooperation. I think what we're doing today really sets that up for the work that he is going to have to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Eamon. As we say, many hands make light work, so we can do it. Let's move on to Claude, our virtual North Sea country, which is a compliment, huh?
Yes, thank you, Tina. Who sketched out the vision of the North Sea powerhouse? And when did that happen? It was Rem Koolhaas on a contract by European Climate Foundation in January 2009. So when you go to the website inhabitat.com, you will see the painting he did at that time. So he already had in 2009 the idea of the North Sea as a powerhouse, and it took us some years to talk this up from a very technical level to the prime ministers, and I think now we are there and now we can get speed. My country, as a virtual country, is what are we bringing to the table? So the boat on your right is a boat under the flag of the Luxembourg Maritime Cluster. The world's biggest creditor of offshore is European Investment Bank in Luxembourg, and we are a founding member of the North Sea Energy Corporation. And what I like today is really this cooperation between all of us for energy security, so speeded up the thing, for climate change, and we need the North Sea joker to win the climate change game, but also for our industrial competition. So one of the issues we need now is really contracts between our industrial clients and investments into offshore wind. That is renewable power purchase, long-term agreements, and on that we need some de-risking instruments, and we are putting some of these de-risking instruments into place in Luxembourg. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude, and let's move on to Rob from the Netherlands.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you for having us. From the Straits of Dover to the Shetland Islands and from the Skagerrak to the Belgian coastline, where we meet today. The North Sea is crucial for our combined efforts to make wind-generated power the key source of renewable electricity and renewable hydrogen. And all countries have their ambition in place now. And as Tina said before, it comes now to the execution part. And we now move into a new phase in which we have two key assignments: to ensure that the power grid at sea and land is ready for this immense capacity of renewable electricity and connect the North Sea countries to this power grid. And second, that we build and operate this as quickly as possible and in a responsible manner. And the Netherlands will be at the forefront of these developments. Today we've announced with the United Kingdom a new hybrid interconnection with a capacity close to 2 gigawatts. And we'll be working together with Denmark, Germany and Belgium to develop the first interconnected offshore energy system by the mid-2030s. We have to keep an eye on the future while we make decisions today, to ensure that our platforms are ready to connect, that we design our tenders to make sure that we can build offshore wind energy quickly and responsibly, that we take into account both security and ecology, and that we will focus on circularity, responsible business conduct, building future wind farms with a minimal impact on nature and societies. And we have to keep innovating. And the Netherlands has already announced the world's largest offshore hydrogen production facility at sea. By 2030, we will have 500 megawatts installed, but that won't be enough for our combined hydrogen ambitions. So let's learn and practice by doing. And thanks for the pressure, Eamon, but as co-chair of the North Seas Energy Corporation, together with the Commissioner Kadri Simpson, we will organize a ministerial meeting later this year to make sure that we come from all these wonderful ambitions to the execution in the upcoming 7 years. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Rob. Execution indeed key, which brings me to yet another new country, which is Norway. And Terje, floor is yours.
Thank you, Tina. And first of all, I would like to thank our Belgian hosts for a productive North Sea summit and for expanding the arena to discuss the great potential that lies in the North Sea. Offshore wind plays a central role in reducing emissions, provide energy security and economic opportunities in a low-emission society. The ministerial declaration we will sign is clear. We commit to further develop the North Sea as a hub for renewable energy in Europe. Offshore wind, hydrogen and carbon capture and storage are important technologies both to strengthen the competitiveness and to reduce emissions. We need close international cooperation to pool resources and build on each other's competitive advantage, learnings and experience. So to conclude, Norway will work together with our European partners, develop the North Sea and build the new energy supply of the continent.
Thank you, Terje. And then the concluding speaker of our press conference today is my colleague, our colleague from the UK. Grant, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tina, and thank you very much for Belgium for inviting us. I'm delighted to be here for the UK today, and I'm not sure this is the right thing to do since we just had a private conversation, but I'm just going to share a little bit of what we were saying in our meeting of energy ministers when I was reflecting on the fact that the North Sea used to join our countries rather than divide it. In other words, it wasn't there. And long before the Romans and the Saxons and the Celts and the Vikings made their indelible imprint on Northern Europe, we had a common ancestry because it was green and lush land, we read in the history book, with ample hunting and fishing and unencumbered by borders and passport controls and Schengen arrangements and anything else. People were able to roam. It was thought to be an incredibly rich and wonderful place for hunter-gatherers to live back then. But in the interests of historical accuracy, I should also point out that the population had to deal with hyenas, cave lions, saber-toothed wildcats, and much else besides. So it wasn't all quite an earthly paradise. But climate change ended all of that, and as what became the North Sea area flooded, we end up with a windy, sometimes quite hostile place, which actually gives us an enormous opportunity when it comes to offshore wind. And the power of that wind, the ability for that to create megawatts, gigawatts of electricity for Europe is singularly good news and is one of the things which brings us together. And in the UK, we've been at this for a while and developed 14 gigawatts of offshore wind in the North Sea. And our intention is to take that up to 50 gigawatts in less than 7 years' time in 2030 to play our part towards that European energy security, so important after Putin has tried to use energy as a weapon of war. But it's not just about the wind in the North Sea, it's also about what's under the North Sea. And we've heard today about plans not just for the way that we might use hydrogen and produce it partially through that offshore wind, but also from the potential for carbon capture, utilization and storage. And we estimate that in the North Sea, in the UK, we have space for about 78 billion tons of CO2 storage. So a massive opportunity to help the world fight climate change by reversing the impact of CO2. We're already, of course, integrated in every possible way. As I said to my colleagues, we left the EU, but we didn't and can't leave Europe. And we already have interconnectors with our friends in Ireland, 3 with our colleagues in France, and a new North Sea link with Norway in various stages of development, the Viking link with Denmark, the Neu Connect with Germany, the Nautilus with Belgium, and of course today, the Lion Link, which we'll be so proud to sign, the world's biggest two-way link with a wind farm in the middle, providing energy potentially for up to 2 million homes, a really huge achievement. So there is a lot more for us to do, and in the words of some of the people who were discussing this afternoon, this joint approach that we can take, I think, makes the North Sea the potential powerhouse of energy, a powerhouse that can serve us all, that can bring us closer together, perhaps not in the literal way that Dogger Bank once did when we were connected, but certainly in a virtual energy fashion, joined once again.
Yes, absolutely, Grant. So listening to all of you, I hear determination, I hear commitment, so no second thoughts. So that means that we can now sign this declaration between the 9 of us. And I suggest that I start here on the right. It's in alphabetical order, so you are here. Wow. Yes. Also have other documents to sign. We also have the declaration of the first countries, so the SBERG countries, to continue also our enhanced cooperation between us. So this is Lars, Rob, Robert, and myself. have a last document to sign. Lars, it's between us. It's a letter of intent between a second phase between our two countries and both our islands. But before we sign, I have to tell you a little anecdote. The first time I signed such a document was with your predecessor, Dan Jurgensen. And then to thank me, he sent me a Lego box of a wind turbine. And I used it to decorate my office.
Ah, that's good.
I still have space left.
All right. I will talk with the Lego family about that.
So thank all of you, and I think it's time for questions now.
No, there is no time for joint declaration between Germany and Denmark.
Sorry that I forgot about that.
Lars, come over. And hurry on.
Sta niet op mijn. Nee, dat staat niet op.
There is also an MOU between Denmark and UK.
It seems that Lars will be handing out Lego boxes to many of us.
Yes.
A joint declaration between Germany and Denmark. Again.
We have one.
They already signed.
Okay, and the last one is the Lion Link between UK and the Netherlands.
I think you guys have done an incredible job to choose a good name for that interconnection. A lion. Oh, perfect. Don't you have a written document? Okay, make sure that you make a picture then. Oh, sorry.
So we have to close now the press conference. Is there any question from the press?
Hello. So I'm Thomas Bertol from Virgule, from Luxembourg. I will ask my question in French, if you don't mind, to Claude Thomas. Donc le Luxembourg participe à ce sommet. Je voudrais savoir quel est le rôle du Luxembourg dans ce sommet. Est-ce que le Luxembourg sera producteur ou seulement acheteur? Et si le Luxembourg sera producteur, est-ce qu'il y a déjà des entreprises luxembourgeoises qui vont y participer ou se sont déjà manifestées? Et dernière question, combien d'électricité sera fournie au Luxembourg grâce à ce projet de mer du Nord? Merci.
Donc le Luxembourg a signé un accord de coopération avec le Danemark et une partie de l'île énergétique du Danemark va être financée par le Luxembourg. Et l'étape derrière, c'est ce que j'ai mentionné avant, c'est des contrats à long terme entre les industriels basés à Luxembourg, ArcelorMittal, Dupont, Goodyear, avec des producteurs d'éolien en mer.
One more question.
Bruno Waterfield, Times of London. It's a question mainly for the British and the Dutch, but for
everybody, you've just signed this new line link deal. We know that cables particularly are one of the security vulnerabilities of all this new infrastructure. We know the Netherlands turned a ship away, a Russian ship that was mapping a wind farm, in fact, last autumn. So what have you done to discuss the security of these cables? What's the point in having all this wonderful new infrastructure for exchange, dependency on Russia just for vulnerability of these new facilities?
Shall I have a first go at that? Look, first of all, there's always been infrastructure in the North Sea, so we've seen, oil rigs, which could have been a target of regimes at any stage, and by and large have not been. So there is always a risk to critical national infrastructure, or international infrastructure in this case, and we understand that that is the case. So of course we are speaking about those things. There have been a number of international moves to increase the policing, as it were, of the North Sea in cooperation with each other and also with our NATO allies. There's, of course, been a degree of sort of higher class of security, which I can't go into here. But to answer your big question, we do appreciate that there are, of course, some risks involved in cables undersea, but this isn't new. We've got cables that have been running both in electricity and, of course, in gas for even longer. So we know how to look after their security by and large, and it's a situation we therefore monitor very carefully and are increasing our monitoring, but we're comfortable that our critical national infrastructure or international infrastructure is a big part of the reasons why we're having this North Sea summit, the reason why we cooperate around these things internationally.
Yes, and this energy transition is all about a more diverse energy mix, obviously, but also better connections, more connections between our countries, so that if parts of the grid are not functioning, there are other infrastructure connections that could be used as a backup. And of course, over the past year, we've seen more policing on the North Seas, better cooperation between our coastal guards, close cooperation within the EU and NATO. And this declaration is also a great chance to really get security into the design of all new wind farms and infrastructure that we are going to build.
Thank you. Last one, please.
Oui, bonsoir. À tous, Madame la Ministre, pour Nustank Énergie, Olivier Durin. Vu les plans ambitieux, les objectifs ambitieux sur la relance du nucléaire et sur l'éolien en mer ce soir et sur toutes les annonces qui ont été faites, est-ce que le nucléaire d'un côté, l'éolien en mer n'en vont pas prendre tout le... comment dire, est-ce que le solaire et les autres énergies renouvelables ne sont-ils pas du coup des énergies mises sur le côté?
Merci beaucoup pour la question. Ça va me permettre d'éclaircir le mix énergétique sur lequel nous travaillons. Aujourd'hui, pour atteindre nos objectifs de décarbonation à horizon 2030 et 2050, nous devons d'abord réduire notre consommation d'énergie, et ce n'est pas seulement un sujet de technologie, mais je mets ce sujet-là de côté un instant, et nous devons massivement développer la chaleur renouvelable et l'électrification. Et développer massivement la chaleur renouvelable et l'électrification, ça veut dire qu'il y a 3 temps. Un premier temps qui est d'ici 2030, où les énergies les plus rapides à mettre en œuvre sont essentiellement de l'éolien terrestre, du photovoltaïque, du renouvelable sous forme de chaleur décarbonée, réseau de chaleur, biogaz, géothermie. Un deuxième temps, puisque les projets d'éolien marin sont, en tout cas en France, ont des délais d'instruction un peu plus longs, même si nous sommes en train de les raccourcir, et c'est tout l'enjeu de la loi que je viens de porter au Parlement et qui vient d'être promulguée pour réduire le temps d'instruction et permettre d'avoir une planification par anticipation et par façade maritime des énergies éoliennes marines, mais néanmoins ce sont des projets de plus grande ampleur, donc qui vont se positionner plutôt vers la fin de la décennie et début des années 2030. Et c'est là que nous mettrons effectivement un effort particulier pour multiplier par 4 le nombre d'enchères que nous allons promulguer, donc pour atteindre 40 gigawatts connectés d'ici 2050. Et le troisième enjeu, c'est le nucléaire. Le nucléaire, il a 2 objectifs. Je le rappelle, nous avons des réacteurs qui vont à un moment arriver en fin de vie. Et ça se remplace. Et je rappelle que c'est une base installée, pilotable, compétitive, et qui d'ailleurs sert à tout le monde. Parce que quand il manque un peu d'électricité nucléaire en France, ça se voit dans le mix électrique européen. Et donc, il va falloir remplacer cette énergie-là. Et puis, c'est une façon très concentrée et très puissante de renforcer notre base d'électricité bas carbone, enfin, en tout cas qui émet peu de carbone, sans prendre beaucoup de foncier, et sur la base de chaînes de valeur où 90% de la valeur est européenne, et j'aimerais pouvoir en dire autant des autres filières énergétiques. Donc, le plan, il est très clair. Et aujourd'hui, nous n'avons pas le luxe de l'idéologie. Nous devons nous appuyer sur l'ensemble de ces technologies qui, aujourd'hui, sont compétitives. Je veux le dire aussi. L'éolien marin, aujourd'hui, sort à 45 € du mégawattheure en France, auquel il faut ajouter le coût de l'interconnexion, mettons 12 €. On est sur des énergies qui sont extrêmement compétitives pour la production électrique et donc pour les entreprises françaises et européennes.
OK. I think this was the last question. We see the Groene Wind leaving. It's sailing out to work on the wind turbines in the Belgian North Sea. And I think that all of us also are leaving now together to close the session together with, yes, but we leave it be. We can pass next to the maquettes of the energy island, and then we go find our leaders to close the summit. Thank you.
15 sont gelés. J'arrive! Ah. Ja, aber nicht zu schnell, das schmeckt davon. So. Je vais peut-être pas coller, je suis d'accord. J'arrive!
One.